Good Saturday morning, everybody. Meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center as we're just getting some late breaking weather information in here. Just in the last couple of moments, we did get a tornado warning issued for parts of Liberty County here until it looks like, as we're getting in toward that eastern time zone, 11 a.m. is the expiration time on that. As the Weather Service here, as we kind of look at our mapping right now, you see this red polygon right in here. They are tracking the potential for both tornadoes and extensive straight line wind damage there, about 10 miles north of Stonemill Creek or 15 miles southwest of Blountstown, moving east at about 35 miles an hour. So this warning here is for the storm south of State Road 20, but moving near, it looks like State Road 71 in the vicinity of Scotts Ferry. So you see our area there. We have this line. Eventually, it'll get closer to north central and northeast Florida, and we'll get into that here in a moment. And that the chances of severe weather actually going up a little toward northeast and north central Florida, it looks like now, as we'll talk about here as we go along. But right now, we do need to go to the urgent situation here. At this line, especially toward Panama City, really causing problems as it was just that several area really ramped up, really saw things come into play. Unfortunately, there with the winds there near hurricane, around hurricane force even. So not what you want to see there in Bay County. Ironically, 2.5 years since Hurricane Michael did impact the area there and impact this area as well, as we have circulation right now just outside of the viewing area, but part of the area now under this tornado warning. The community of Orange here is Liberty is where our delineation is in our viewing circle as we're going away there from areas more around Panama City and toward where I cover. Technically, we're kind of between TV markets on that, but again, I cover Liberty County. We have the circulation moving on in. We're looking at this right now from the Eglin Air Force Base radar. We can kind of go between some different vantage points. We're about 3,000 feet up right now. This circulation northeast of Kennard, and again moving in toward Liberty County here over the next few minutes. A tornado warning in play until 11 a.m. So you need to get into shelter here, folks. As we'll go ahead and zoom on out. We have a severe thunderstorm warning in play as well here in this yellow area. This goes to 11:45 for the potential of 70-mile-an-hour gust there outside of a possible tornado. Gaston, Liberty, and Franklin, but Leon will definitely be under a warning as we're looking ahead in toward the timeline. So for those of you there for that FSU spring game, unfortunately going to have some impacts now, but hopefully, if this isn't too damaging, it'll be a day you'll be able to enjoy later on here toward Tallahassee for that spring game. But again, these storms moving at 50 miles an hour to 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts, that potential does exist. And I have our Tallahassee radar pulled up over on our other source, and it's kind of a little bit out on that as well, as we get more reports from the Panama City area now. I guess a little bit earlier there at the Panama City Marina to 78 miles an hour, hurricane force gust here on this Saturday morning. So a serious situation, and if you're in the Tallahassee area especially, you want to go ahead and charge up your devices right now, just in case that these storms really pack the punch that they could. We're not sure the level of instability that's going to be around, but as we're looking here, this is the other radar I know, getting the latest updates in here, and we're watching the circulation right in here. A possible tornado now. This is north of Weewahitska by a little ways, if you're wondering in terms of that. Let's go ahead and measure things out. So we're about 12 miles to the north of Weewahitska with this tornado warning, moving from Calhoun County in toward Liberty. Again, Liberty in our area. We were coming on here anyway as we were going to start covering the severe thunderstorm line, but now an active tornado warning covering parts of the viewing area here until 11 o'clock. And the way things are going, we may have a few more of these here along this line. As earlier on, things were ramping down some, but unfortunately, really just in the last hour, give or take, things have just absolutely got their act together, exploded. But as we go toward Georgia, not as much the case because we're getting a little bit of a less favorable environment for the storms to get going there, but still a southern row of Georgia counties under a tornado watch, a couple rows really, as I'll show you on our map in just a moment. So let me go ahead and jump away from this right now. We have some more different tools in play. You could make the argument, in some cases, really, up a few counties in Georgia with the tornado watch, but I'll go ahead and punch that up for you now as we show you here the yellow area. That's a tornado watch until 2 o'clock this afternoon for conditions favorable for tornadic activity in close to the watch area. So you got to be prepared here. And eventually, as I was alluding to, unfortunately, that threat could move closer toward north central Florida as the Storm Prediction Center, based on what they've been seeing here, had to expand this risk earlier today. Stark actually wasn't even under a severe weather risk, but unfortunately things have changed here, and hopefully the storms still wind on down as they get closer. But they have now included us all the way up to that 2 out of 5 risk, which may be enough for a severe thunderstorm watch or tornado watch even as we look ahead in toward the timeline. Not exactly sure on how these will hold together or if they will, but we are going to have that daytime heating, and that could be problematic here with this line moving a little bit faster. So I've got to be mindful here of that potential. So again, we're watching the storms just enter our area now with a tornado warning in Liberty County here out toward the west. This is north of Wilma, but Wilma's going to be getting in those really strong winds. And in some cases, we could be talking about tornado-like winds here, folks. So this is a really dangerous situation on this Saturday morning. Got to target those devices toward Tallahassee, folks, as things are getting really active here. Got to just be very careful. Now, let's kind of give you an idea. If you're at FSU for that spring game, let's try to give you an idea of when these storms may be moving in toward your area. So east at 50 on one of the tracks. We have east at 35 on the tornado warning. So let me go ahead. I'll back this up a little and we'll measure this out just to make sure we're giving you the very latest here. It's kind of, I know you're going to lose a few frames maybe, but I'm just going to kind of back this up on the fly here. It's easier to measure this way, so I can kind of look here. So as we track it 1 hour off toward the east, about 40 miles. So in another hour, 40 more miles, give or take, if it's moving at the same speed. So that gets it to Tallahassee in that 11:30 to noon range, it looks like. So FSU, a heads up there, that 11:30 to noon range here for the severe weather, potentially tornadic conditions here, moving toward FSU or that vicinity, at least with those strong wind that could knock out power, knock down some tree limbs, knock down, unfortunately, even some trees. So we got to be really careful there in Tallahassee. A dangerous morning indeed, it looks like, as the parameters again coming into play for some of this. Let's look at instability here, and we'll pop that on. And we're seeing some of that come into play. There were questions about how much we'd have, but we're seeing quite a bit of it here come into play. So with this line, the way it's developed and really evolved here, we had earlier 2 different lines, really, but now this one becoming the dominant line. And I mean, these reports, I haven't seen this many reports around Panama City. I mean, in a while from a line like this. It's been a while now. We, of course, had much worse weather during Hurricane Michael, but these have to be some of the stronger ones we've had in Panama City since Michael. Still nothing to that level. It's going to be hard, hopefully, for anything to ever top what happened there on that fateful day, October 10th, 2018. 2.5 years to the day today that we're talking about here on April 10th, 2021. But we're talking about 78-mile-an-hour winds there toward Panama City. Another measurement here at Tyndall, it looks like 76 miles an hour. So this tells you how much these are packing in terms of those winds as they move off toward the east. So we're going to take a few minute breaks here. I'll be back about 10:45 as we have a really ramped up situation right now out toward the west. So stick with me. I'll be back in just a few minutes. This thing is really nasty. Hopefully they'll calm one down some, but right now, one of the stronger squall lines I've seen here toward the Florida Panhandle in a while. So we got to be on guard and got to watch the radar because things can change quickly. Things can ramp on down pretty quick. They can ramp up pretty quick. That's just something that you have to watch frame by frame here. As we just got an update from the Weather Service. They're talking about that the line continuing to move there off toward the east, and over the next hour, the squall line will move across the Apalachicola River and into the Florida Big Bend, moving as far east as Quincy, Hosford, as well as East Point, or Hosford, I guess you could pronounce it that way. But wind impacts continue to be up to 70 miles an hour with that tornado warning still in play. Be back in just a couple minutes. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center as we continue to watch this tornado-warned storm here, this tornado-warned accent really moving in toward Liberty County. The latest update from the Weather Service was that this area here really capable of producing maybe multiple tornadoes, but really we're watching an area here of some gate-to-gate shear that looks tightest north of Orange. So let me go ahead and punch that up here right now. You see that. And we're looking off the Tallahassee radar now as we get the latest updates in, though you can make the argument on this vantage point, maybe something south of Orange as well here. So, I mean, that's something we have to watch for. Maybe a couple different areas of spin. It just depends on which radar you're looking at here. It's just the nature of these as well as I know getting more reports out of Panama City, the weather radio there, they're actually emitting static apparently because there's so many issues toward that area. So not what you want to hear there. I mean, of course, nothing like Hurricane Michael, don't get me wrong, but still just the eeriness and irony of it, unfortunate nature of things, it being on the 2.5-year anniversary of Michael moving through that region. But let's go ahead now and punch up radar scope, I think. I know we just got an update from the Weather Service. If you heard that beep here on this tornado warning, we're looking at this from the Tallahassee radar, and you kind of see here that area of rotation right in here that looks the strongest. So the latest update at 10:46, a severe squall line capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight line wind damage was located 10 miles south of Lunchtown, moving east at about 45 miles an hour. So you just got that latest scan here, so that circulation maybe not too tight at this point, which is good, but still doesn't really mean that we can't have a tornado here. We have to watch for that potential and definitely could have damage because we have some really strong winds showing up here north of Bristol. This is really strong, looking 73, 76 miles an hour, maybe reaching the surface, maybe even developing circulation with that kind of sticking out a little bit. So we have to watch for that toward Gadsden County. So again, very active Saturday morning. This is not a Saturday morning where you're just able to kind of take it easy, unfortunately, especially toward Big Bend here. We've got to remain on guard. We've got to have multiple ways to get those alerts here as things really ramping up. We gave you the heads up about this. We were hoping this would be a weakening line as it moved toward Tallahassee, and it may still weaken as it gets close to Tallahassee. That's definitely a possibility. But right now, we've seen really nasty strengthening here as this approached Panama City. Quite a bit of damage there. So we have to be very careful until we're sure that there's some good weakening with this. We can't even start talking about things a little bit lighter, really. So we have to be very careful here with what's happened toward Panama City, because this seems to have been one of the more serious severe thunderstorm warning situations they've had there in a while. Tornado warning situations as well, based on the different wind reports I'm seeing. It was a nasty, nasty morning out that way. We'll go ahead and cut back on the camera right now. Again, still watching things, looking at some of our different scans here, looking for that circulation. And you can kind of see here some different things. Looks like maybe something here as we're getting near the National Forest Road number 108. So watching this here, moving toward areas in Liberty a little further, not too far away, maybe even in parts of Villas here over the next little bit, but no tornado warning over there right now. I know we're losing a few frames, it looks like, because we have just so many things that we're trying to ingest into our system right now. So I think what we'll do, let's go to power outage information. We'll punch that up as the numbers are pretty high right now. It might even be a little higher than what this is showing, but let's go ahead and punch it on up so we can kind of give you the very latest information as we're looking off toward the west, and maybe give you a sign of what's headed further in toward the Big Bend. Not 100% sure, but Calhoun County only 540 customers, but that's a pretty big percentage. But then as we get to Bay County, Panama City, 31,805 customers in the dark here. So that's about a fourth of the county of Panama City in the dark. That's a pretty substantial storm to have gone through there, indicative of some of the issues. And I mean, we're 2.5 years from Michael, 2.5 years later, and I mean, there's still a lot of infrastructure issues here as we're looking toward that region because of the damage done. I mean, a lot of repairs, of course, taking place, but still, you just gotta be mindful here that when you get the winds like this kicking on up, gonna cause maybe even a little more problems in that region. So, 31,805 customers in the dark there in Wade County. Well, that's had some pretty nasty weather toward Pensacola earlier. 18,748 customers in the dark. We had a couple of different areas of storming that's moving on through there. So, just interesting to kind of talk about in that regard, as we just got an update on the storm in Gulf County, which is out of our area. Some rotation with that and the 60-mile-an-hour wind potential as well. But again, this is PowerOutage.us. So 60,435 customers are in the dark. And we'll be watching here further off toward the east for these numbers to kick on up, unfortunately. So go ahead, just be on the safe side. Charter those devices toward Tallahassee right now in case things are as nasty as they were toward Panama City. As you just heard another beep, and that's indicative of that tornado warning being expired by the Weather Service for Liberty. So no active tornado warnings now, at least, but that didn't mean we couldn't have some damage. So let's go ahead and come back on the camera. You see that rotation weakening on down some. So that's definitely some good news, what we like to see. But as we look toward the north, maybe some increasing rotation here further up. So we're watching that potential here. Let me go ahead and point that out to you. I'll move the map over as it just kind of updates. It's going to make things a little bit easier even. But we're watching some of this here southwest of Greensboro as we're looking maybe for a warning, maybe a tornado warning for Gadsden County here. But this area we're talking about, it looks like around State Highway 12. So I just got to be mindful of that here this morning. But no active tornado warning now. But we have this line that could still be hazardous as we're looking in toward Gadsden with some really strong winds around County Road 271 here. Our radar is indicating 76-mile-an-hour wind right in here. And that's probably pretty accurate based on some of the other reports we've seen. State Highway 12 here. Again, talking about that area, seeing some wind enhancement down here as we're looking toward, it looks like areas around, let's see, and the road's not showing up, so that's always a good sign, meaning we're in a rural zone here as we kind of hunt for a road just to the south, maybe County Road 67, and then more wind energy toward Woma here, State Highway 85. Under this, it looks like here around Wilma, or 65, I beg your pardon, as we're looking toward that region. So again, watching that enhancement around Wilma. So this is the heads up for Tallahassee, for FSU. We can't be really messing around there, because if people are outside in anticipation for that spring game, could be problematic. So gotta be prepared there in Tallahassee with this moving on in here in with the next hour, give or take, as we talked about with our measurement a little while ago. I would anticipate a severe thunderstorm warning here pretty soon for Tallahassee, moving east at 50. This warning goes to 11:45, but we'll be tracking this over here east again pretty fast, faster than some of the action we were looking at earlier. So we're only about 32, 33 miles away from Tallahassee as I measure that out. So just doing the math, that's about 40 minutes or so, give or take, for this moving on into Tallahassee. So gotta be ready for this. We'll take a quick break here to 11 as we gather more details. I know we'll probably be on for a while as this moves through Tallahassee. We have some different cameras we're going to try to show you as well here from that I-10 perspective. So that's something that'll be interesting to see as well. But right now, no active tornado warnings, but you almost want to treat this like a tornado warning situation because of the nature of things with these winds being so strong. And no warning toward Bainbridge, but still pretty strong winds up this way, maybe trying to reach the surface. Need to be watching up there to see if we get some type of warning towards Seminole, Decatur County. Still pretty strong winds, maybe trying to get down there, even if they're not severe at the moment. As we just got an update, the warning, thunderstorm warning, is going to get extended eastward into Leon and Wakulla, as we were talking about. So be ready. Go ahead and start taking shelter if you're in Tallahassee here, as we're really ramping that threat up right now for Tallahassee. That squall line moving in. Hopefully, the good news out of this could be that this gets out early enough where we're not dealing with too much rain or any rain even for that FSU spring game. Not really sure about any rain part, but the worst of it's going to be in there within about 40 minutes to an hour. Back here in the Weather Center, meteorologist Casey Cloud continuing to follow the severe thunderstorm warning situation for Tallahassee. Just looking at some of our maps, we'll eventually be watching here this accident get further off toward the east. But let's go ahead and move this back over west a little bit as we look at this line once again. And then we're going to pop up some cameras here in just a moment, looking at some different things. We have quite a bit of rotation indicated within this. Maybe an area of rotation here. Actually, you don't see my mouse, so let me go ahead and point this out for you. I know we have this set up here where I'll just go ahead and point this on the screen. The mouse isn't actually coming up in our system right now, but let me go ahead and say here near I-10, north of Greensboro, then south of Greensboro, some green and red coming together, which could indicate some rotation, which ultimately could lead to a tornadic situation here. And if anything else, maybe just an enhancement of some of that wind down to the surface. You see here in Liberty County some more areas of green and red coming together as well here. So something definitely to be watching very carefully. But I was alluding to it a few minutes ago. I do have some cameras up, so let's go ahead and get over to our other system here. It'll take me just a second. We have a traffic system. We can kind of give you a vantage point from here toward I-10. It's pretty helpful in these type of situations, it seems. I know yesterday we were looking at some things behind the scenes and ended up catching some pretty strong wind there out toward east of Marianna. So definitely interesting to see that as we were looking in toward that vicinity. But let's go ahead now, and we do have that traffic system ready to go here. We haven't used this really live on air too much. The Florida 511 system now giving us that ability to be able to show those live cameras here. So that's really helpful in these situations. So again, there's our system right now. Let's go ahead and make that full screen, in fact. So here is that. It'll go ahead and show you exactly what's happening toward this vicinity. You can kind of get that idea there of the conditions with the camera shaking a little bit. As again, we're watching off now again toward Tallahassee. It's a thunderstorm warning in play till 12:30 toward that Tallahassee region. But again, giving you that look off the camera there, that Florida 511 vantage point, seeing those wet roads out there. So that's something that's interesting to see. It's got to be safe out there on the road. You can have accidents in the situation, and with those winds coming in, got to be real careful. I know numerous trees and power lines down across Calhoun County, so that's something pretty serious there. As we continue to watch things with this camera, of course, I'll go ahead and move away from that for now here as we go ahead and put me back on the camera and just kind of keep an eye on things there on our other system as we look back at our Doppler radar technology. We're now, it looks like about 11:03 or so here on this Saturday morning. So I just got to be watching for maybe some tornado warnings to evolve out of this line here as we see this move off toward the east. So I just have to be really cautious of that potential as we're looking here. I mean, again, these areas of rotation that we were talking about up toward Greensboro, and then even down here in Liberty, and then those winds, those straight line winds, you see these brighter colors, and they're indicative of some higher winds maybe reaching the surface. So west here looks like a Smith Creek, so they're going to have to watch for that potential toward Smith Creek as we're getting some updates in from the Weather Service now. I know that wind really strong looking here near I-10 in Greensboro as well. Quincy's got to watch out for this over the next little bit there in Gadsden County. And update here, Weather Service talking about that line moving into Leon and McCullough as soon as 11:30, and those wind impacts look to be in the 60 to 70 mile an hour range. I'll zoom this out just a little more so we get a better grasp on things. I know a little rotation sun up in southern Georgia, so we'll watch for that. But the Weather Service talking about here those 60, 70 mile an hour winds in the Florida areas. Line could have some possible tornadic development within it as well, and in Georgia a little less instability. So the gusts not really reaching those severe limits right now, only at about 40, but we still have to monitor the situation. Things can change here, as we know in the Weather Center. So it's got to be careful I know that severe thunderstorm warning for Wakulla, eastern Gaston, Leon, and northeastern Franklin goes until 12:30. At 10:55, a severe thunderstorm line here was located from about Chattahoochee to 10 miles west of Apalachicola, moving east at 40 miles an hour. Tallahassee, Havana, St. Marks, Midway, Woodville, Crawfordville, Quincy, Florida State University, Tallahassee Community College, Duke Campbell Stadium, Florida A&M, as well as Wakulla, Lake Bradford, Wakulla Springs, Florence, getting over toward the Tallahassee Mall, Bloxham, and even the Tallahassee Airport as well. I know they had that tornado back earlier this year. Hopefully we don't see anything like that above in this scenario with this line of storms, nasty line of storms moving on in here. I think we're getting a little weakening. The weather service did go down on those wind levels. So that's a good sign at least, but we gotta watch. Gonna have some issues probably toward Tallahassee. Again, severe thunderstorm warning in play here until 12:30. It's a long fused one here, folks, because of this damage potential in Leon County. So gotta be watching. Let's go ahead and pop up the FSU weather stem camera right now. We'll go ahead and show you that. You see those storms coming into the view there. So just have to be watchful of the nature of things here. That lightning around as well, which can be dangerous with people outside potentially here for that spring game. So got to be real careful here. I know they sent out the FSU alert, it looks like, based on Twitter. So seeing that, come on out, trying to get people into shelter there because of this nastiness moving on in ahead of the spring game in Tallahassee. And eventually, if you're wondering, toward north central and northeast Florida, southeast Georgia, unfortunately, it looks like the threat of severe weather has gone up a little for us here as we're looking further off to the east. Where I'm at in Stark, that threat now to that 2 out of 5 level. So let me go ahead and switch you on over. Earlier today, we didn't even have a threat based on what the Storm Prediction Center had out, but now up to that 2 out of 5 level, unfortunately, as this line's moving quicker than we were anticipating, which can be good for things like the spring game, but maybe able to maintain its intensity here as we're looking further off toward the east. So have to be careful here as we're looking ahead. I know toward Tallahassee, this action moving on in right now. This movement east at 40 last check. Now, it's not going to be the exact speed here as we're watching all the way over to the east, just because the movement can change some, of course, but just to give us a little bit of distance tracking, we're about 140 miles or so from the Bradford County area from this line, give or take here, maybe 150 miles or so. So doing the math on that, maybe about 4 hours or so toward the Stark area, 3 or 4 hours, somewhere in that range. So maybe a little bit longer if it slows down, so maybe 5 hours, somewhere as we're getting toward the middle of the afternoon here toward the Stark region with this line coming in. It looks like as you have to rely on the radar now versus just using the models at this point, because that real-time radar, the interpretation of that is really important here in these situations. So again, let's get back on over this line moving in toward Tallahassee over the next little bit. So got some nasty conditions, some embedded areas of rotation that could prompt a tornado warning here at any time. Let me go ahead and show you our other vantage point. I know looking at that right now, getting some information in that Davis Weather Station there at the TV station in Panama City, WMBB, the ABC affiliate to be precise there, had a 64-mile-an-hour gust in the line of storms. Those winds are pretty much everywhere in Panama City, causing all that power outage issue out there. Those issues, I should say, as I know I have my weather station. The highest we've got today is only 14 towards dark, obviously. Hopefully we don't get anything like that, but that type of technology can measure pretty high winds. So got to be looking for that potential. We're going to take a break right now in the coverage. We're at 11:09 here, so let's go ahead and meet back at about 11:15 unless we get a tornado warning where I may have to pop on sooner to give you that information, as we are watching areas of rotation, but winds that are very strong as well here moving off toward Tallahassee. So be inside and be away from windows. Back here in the Weather Center, meteorologist Casey Cloud doing these updates just a little more rapidly right now as we're seeing this threat move toward Tallahassee. So we want people to get inside and away from windows there. If they're at the FSU campus, a pretty nasty storm line moving on in. You can see that here on our mapping. So got to be real careful there. Even some areas of rotation. As excuse me, we're looking here north of Smith Creek right now. So got to watch that potential here as we're getting toward parts of Leon, and as we see another area of rotation here east of Hosford as well. Have to be monitoring these areas here this morning for this potential for a quick spin up tornado. Might be a situation where we don't really have time for a tornado warning, as we're seeing some interesting signatures here as we go in. Definitely seeing some interesting signatures. Hopefully we're not getting anything to spin up quick, but you can get some signatures here, or maybe debris trying to get going here within the radar as the latest information continues. I see a thunderstorm warning off toward Franklin, Gadsden, and Liberty. The one here toward the left, that one goes until about 11:45 this morning as we're looking toward that vicinity. And then here off toward the east, we're talking about this till 12:30 as we're looking closer toward Tallahassee. So this area of wind catches my eye right now. It looks like we're getting near Forest Road 318. So something to watch there with Culloch County. But the bigger concerns for Tallahassee, of course, with everything going on there with the spring game today. So got to be careful there in Tallahassee. We're going to take another break in the coverage right now. Unless we get a tornado warning, something like that, back at 11:30. I'll probably stay on for a little bit at that point, depending on how the radar looks with this moving in toward Tallahassee with these stronger winds coming there further in toward Leon County. So again, be inside, be away from windows there in Tallahassee. Frequent lightning also occurring with this storminess. So gotta be careful and heed that threat here as well. When you hear thunder, make sure you're going inside and getting away from windows. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center just as we were about to go on. A tornado warning now issued for Tallahassee here until noon, folks. A possible tornado evolving, so we have to be really careful. Seeing some circulation here off the radar that's at the airport. So we have to be really careful with this. We're pretty close to the radar site, so it's going to be hard to see in some ways, but easier to see in other ways here with this. So have to just be monitoring this carefully. But a tornado warning now being issued. On the frame before, the circulation was a little tighter right when they were issuing this warning here with this area of rotation going on up. But now a tornado warning just coming down from the Weather Service. The circulation there, National Forest Road 360 a moment ago. But there's your tornado warning, folks. This includes downtown Tallahassee. So we need folks in shelter here. Just maybe coming through on your phone at 11:29. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado here was located 8 miles south of Midway, moving east at about 40 miles an hour. And then in terms of areas under this warning, Florida State campus under this warning, so we gotta be in shelter there at Florida State. This tornado will be there in about 20 minutes, maybe a little sooner even. I know the Weather Service is pegging Duke Campbell Stadium there in just about 13 minutes. So 11:45 there, 11:45, 11:50 around FAMU and Florida State as well. So gotta be inside and away from windows. A possible tornado here indicated by Doppler radar. The rotation didn't look too strong in the last scan, but it could ramp back up quickly. This environment is favorable for these tornadoes along this line. Already some tornadic action earlier, it seems, down toward Panama City and that Panama City Beach area. Unfortunately, looks like a pretty significant situation involved there. A lot of damage. I retweeted it over on my Twitter account at Cloud Casey, or if you're watching from my Twitter account at Cloud Casey, go there down on the page and you can see that. But again, now a tornado warning, folks, for the Metro, for FSU. This doesn't happen very often, folks. I was at FSU for 4 years, and it only happened one time. We've now had it happen 2 times here in the last few months. This one on a day of an FSU football game. So, gotta be in shelter here. This circulation showing up, moving off here toward the east at about 40 miles an hour now. Let's go ahead and kind of give you a perspective on where the stadium is real quick. So let me go ahead and take this off. You can see the stadium, the marker. I kind of marked it, but I'll point it out for you. It's right about there where that red dot is. So again, a tornado warning for FSU now. The circulation's showing up on our Doppler radar. This circulation, we'll have to just watch it to see how it evolves. Maybe going south of that point. That's what it looks like right now. We gotta be taking shelter. You gotta respect the polygon here, folks, because we could have maybe another circulation evolve here because of this the nature of things. But again, the reason the warning was issued was for this. North here of State Highway 267. Let me go ahead and point that out for you. You can see the bright greens, the bright reds coming together. In fact, I'll zoom in a little bit tighter to show you here what we were talking about. So we had winds here going the way there. That's toward the Doppler radar, and the green, pretty bright colors indicative of that. And then the red, the wind going away from the Doppler radar. So a circulation evolving here. That's why the Weather Service quickly pulled the trigger on a tornado warning. Right now, things don't look very tight at all, but we're kind of going in an area with some interference, so it's hard to say. But a possible tornado moving toward parts of Tallahassee, maybe South Tallahassee, like what we saw back earlier this year that we were referencing earlier. Maybe something like that, based on what I'm seeing here. But right now, luckily not seeing too much with this, actually. You can see how it kind of came together here. That circulation maybe going there across the south side of town eventually as it evolves. But they may drop this warning early if things look as weak as they do right now. We're going to continue to watch things. We have another area of rotation to the north here that we're monitoring there west, it looks like, of State Highway 63. See if something tries to evolve there closer to Havana, maybe between Havana and Midway. But again, a tornado warning for Tallahassee, for FSU, for FAMU here until the noon hour, the lunch hour here, folks. We also have, it looks like, the Spring Shacks Park under this, Lake Bradford, Bel Air, Levy Park, as well as Indian Head Acres, Andrew, Gaither Community Center, Lake Munson, even getting over toward Tallahassee Memorial Hospital and Bragg Stadium as well. So a possible tornado here being indicated on Doppler. We're at 11:35 right now. We're going to gather more information, make sure people that are traveling know about this. I'm going to retweet this, put it out on my Twitter account for people that aren't watching this live video. And I'll be back here within about 4 minutes or so as we watch this get closer here toward Tallahassee Airport. Back with you now to continue our coverage of this tornado warning for Tallahassee. This goes until noon here, folks. Watching radar indicated rotation on the Doppler. It's not too impressive at the moment, but we're looking on some other software right now because there may have been a tornado debris signature even with this storm now. Being close to the radar may be indicative of a weak tornado touching down, but we're doing some things behind the scenes right now to try to give you a look at what could have been a tornado debris signature here. So give me just a moment. We have to kind of put our radar back a little here on radar scope to try to give you that vantage point. Trying to get that here looped around and on our computer software to show you that area that might have been kind of going on out a little bit with a possible tornado. Being so close to the radar has advantages and disadvantages. Now, one advantage can be here as we go ahead, I think, and have it up now. And we're just going to go ahead and put that into motion actually because sometimes it kind of likes to come and go on us here and we're switching between different frames. But let's go ahead and show you that now. So you kind of saw something maybe. I'm going to go ahead and kind of evaluate this again. It's hard to say for sure because we are getting an odd signature on this, and being so close to the radar also means we're getting some areas that would generally be debris. But let me show you what I'm talking about because I know it's kind of confusing in here. So let me go ahead and slow this on down and then back this on up just a little bit more here. So 1129, as I know sometimes our software likes to do this to us, but so 1129, and then I might have to do that again, but so you'll see that, and then we'll kind of play around with this back up once again to see you what we're talking about with a possible tornado here in this vicinity. Maybe a brief touchdown, really brief touchdown, and we're now getting reports of numerous trees down throughout Liberty County. So even without a tornado here, folks, we have to be on the guard here for some wind damage issues in Tallahassee. So even though we're talking about a tornado warning right now, let's say here, so 1129, that matched up pretty good there. You can see that. We'll back that up one more time for you. So you can see here, yeah, definitely something came together there, but it seemingly has gone away, but we're getting so close to the radar. There is some interference there, so I think that's the reason the Weather Service is keeping that warning out for now. So let's go ahead and pop me back on over. Still got to remain in shelter here until this warning goes away. But I'll preface that with saying that this is a line of storms that even without a tornado warning, you got to stay in shelter for because you have to watch out for those damaging winds coming on through here in toward Tallahassee, in toward Leon County that can knock out power, that can unfortunately knock down some trees here, power lines, things that can be hazardous if you're outside. So got to be really careful here toward Tallahassee. Again, a tornado warning in play. So let's go ahead and kind of stick with you here a little bit while we're watching this area of rotation, getting closer to Tallahassee Airport. People need to be in shelter at Tallahassee Airport because this is going to go probably a little south based on what I've seen of FSU proper with the tornado potential with that area that we were watching. Something else could spin up along this line. But that one area looked further to south. We could also just watch the wind potential move on in and cause some issues as well there on the FSU campus. Those straight line winds, we saw it during some hurricanes, some lines in the past. You got to be really mindful of things that can happen here this morning, on this Saturday morning, this homecoming weekend. I know it's already been impacted. The parade got canceled because of the bad weather there. That potential round, and then some other issues, some other changes too. But let's now go ahead and pop back radar scope here on our screen once again. I know we have to kind of go between some of the different frames here. So let's go ahead and see that polygon first off, and then we'll see some of that other information as well. As the Weather Service just gave us an update of the storm near the Tallahassee Airport. It remains capable here of producing a tornado. It'll be moving over the airport and then into downtown. They're still monitoring for the signs of the rotation as strong winds also continue across northern Leon County, coming out of Gaston County as well here. So still could have a tornado. We're so in a bad spot here on the rotation at this point. So let's go to Moody. I know it's going to be high up, but Let's try to load that in here. I do need to change one of our settings because otherwise it's going to take a little bit too long here to get this information to come on in. But let's go ahead and see if we can get that velocity pulled on up here in just a moment as we're watching things again toward Tallahassee. Again, a tornado warning in play for another 15 minutes here in Leon County. That rotation moving on in, and you can see some of that wind energy right in here. So that's something to watch. We'll look for debris, but I would not think we'd see it on this because we're so far away and it may be indicative of a tornado that's a little stronger, which I don't think we have necessarily with this, but still, I mean, we had that 90-mile-an-hour, give or take, tornado that moved through earlier in the year that caused some issues. So something like that could be ongoing here. Again, we're looking off of Moody now because the Tallahassee radar were kind of obscured on it, so not seeing any debris, wasn't expecting to see anything there, which that's a good sign because if we were seeing debris on that, that'd be a pretty bad sign. So because that means it'd be debris that's lofted up really high in the atmosphere to be picked up by that. But we're in a bad spot right now, so just take Saturday because this rotation could be ramping up or completely gone here. We just don't really know because the radar right now, we're in a cone of silence per se because the radar right at the radar here, this area, it's not that there's no rain there, it's just that the radar can't see right there because of it being just so close to the ground when we're looking at some of the echoes, because that's where our radar site is and that's where a possible tornado is. Similar spot to that tornado again earlier this year. That was a little more obvious, I think, on radar, but still, gotta be careful here. That spring game, Saturday, that red dot indicative of Doak Campbell Stadium up here. We're watching some heavy rain about to move on in there, so gotta be careful at FSU. And in fact, let's go ahead and pull up the FSU WeatherStem camera. Let's go ahead and pull that up as that rain is starting to move on in now. As you can see that on our camera lens, you see those dark skies. So kind of looking at that right now, seeing how nasty things are there at Florida State. So definitely don't want to be outside. We were giving you that heads up here about this potential, and now those storms moving on in there at Florida State, that damaging potential. So I'm going to go ahead actually and kind of walk on over to this monitor because it's a little hard to see some things. Just want to make sure we don't have a lowering in here. Because it's, again, we're looking a little bit further off, but just gotta watch here. You never know when we're watching some of these clouds, something could be evolving out of this right here in towards Leon County. But again, we're tracking a tornado warning, folks. A tornado warning for Leon County until noon. If you're just joining me, wondering why we're pretty much staying wall to wall with this. A circulation indicated by the Doppler radar algorithms, and maybe a debris signature as well. We're trying to get that pulled up for you there on our RadarScope software and show you what we were talking about with that. So I just got to be mindful of some different things. I know we have our tornado safety tips in here now, so let me go ahead and run these up on the screen. So here's some of that information. If you're just wondering maybe what to do exactly in a tornado warning situation. Of course, with that watch, conditions favorable, but the warning is that next level of concern here. I mean, the tornado's been detected using radar or spotted, so you want to seek shelter inside a sturdy building, get as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and maybe even protect yourself from that flying debris potential by putting on a bicycle helmet. So, again, a tornado warning for FSU, for Tallahassee, until noon here, folks. The storm still possibly producing a tornado, so you need to be in shelter away from windows there at FSU for this damaging potential. So let's see now where do we want to go next within our sequence. I know the radar's not giving us a good look right now. We have some cameras in this region. They're more to the interstate area, the live cameras, that is. So let me think here. We might try to pull some of those up, but I just am going to continue to watch the radar here as well as this heavy rain moving toward the stadium now. Real quick, while we get that set up, let's go ahead and pull up the FSU WeatherStem camera once again because as I see some mesoscale discussions coming down, maybe you talk about a watch further off toward the east even with how things are holding together moving into Tallahassee. But the storminess now right in full force there at FSU as we gave you that warning about. So just gotta be careful there. I know definitely watching some things very carefully here with that potential. So just got to be really mindful of things. Have to be really on your toes. So what I'm going to do right now, I think I'm going to step out of the shot real quick. So just kind of give you that better vantage point. You can see that rain really coming on down right now in that vicinity, something where you have those torrential downpours, that frequent lightning, in addition to a possible tornado in the general area here. So just remain on guard for sure. Definitely continue to watch things here in this area. Get inside, get away from windows. A tornado warning is in effect here. If you're downstream, we're talking about you guys more because instead of really already been inside and away from windows at this point, you got that warning on your phone. And you got to be taking that action, of course, at FSU in Tallahassee there, a tornado warning for the FSU campus area until noon. So just continue to watch things here. Gotta be taking those tornado safety tips seriously here as we're watching the situation evolve on this Saturday morning here at FSU and maybe closer toward the area even as we've been alluding to here. So I just have to continue to be watching things here with this weather situation as it does evolve. I'm going to go ahead and move some things around. I know it takes a second to get in our traffic system. That's what I'm trying to do right now. If you're wondering why we're sticking with this FSU Weather Sim camera, but hopefully we can give you a pretty good visual on what's happening here on the I-10 area there. I see a report of some homes damaged in Seminole County, maybe some straight line winds up there. We saw something earlier in that region. The thinking by the Weather Service was that maybe that wind wasn't really translating, but unfortunately it might have been a little bit based on what emergency managers are seeing in the area right now. So just something that's interesting to take note of for sure. I'm just looking at some of our different cameras right now, see where we can have that best shot of things at. They're going to cancel the tornado warning for Leon, so that's some good news here, folks. That rotation didn't look too impressive, and let's see here behind the scenes, I think it's got past your radar. Yeah, and we're not seeing too much with that, but the wind potential's still there. Got to be careful because that wind potential can still be very problematic, as we've been alluding to. So just make sure you're staying inside, staying away from windows here this morning with that. As the information stream still does come on in. So let's go ahead now. I think we have 199. This is going to be past FSU a little, but I'm going to try to see if we can give you a look at things here as we're looking a little bit off. This might kind of see some of the conditions picking on up a little bit here, as I know this is an accent I used to take when I went to FSU here, but we'll try to give you that viewpoint here in just a second. So that tornado warning is being canceled. That's good news here. That's some good news if you're wondering, but that severe thunderstorm warning still going to be in play. So gotta be taking heed with this potential. This morning you have those nasty conditions around here. So let me go ahead now, and you see our warning polygon. We're still looking for some stuff. You still see some of this wind maybe showing on up here in this vicinity of Tallahassee. So it's hard to say exactly what's going on here, but maybe some wind here or closer to 319, somewhere in that vicinity, as we're watching this track away from the airport now, but even some of the wind up toward the north as well. So just be mindful of that for sure. As we are looking there along the line, the tornado warning just expired by the Weather Service. So that's some good news here, but still, again, nasty conditions moving on into the region here this morning. You just have to be very mindful of these for sure. So we're going to go ahead now and make this a full screen with the traffic camera. You see what's going on here. You see these conditions as we get some of the latest images in right now from our viewpoint of the Florida 511. So again, you're watching that rain around here. Still some of those conditions may be going to be going on down a little bit more as we are looking ahead in toward the timeline. But again, just giving you that look outside. This is some of that camera imagery. I know it says 11:47, but this should be live what we're looking at. So I just have to continue to watch things with that. We'll go ahead now and switch some more things over now. Let me go ahead and take our information off for now as we continue to watch those wet roads around for sure. Back to the other imagery now. That severe thunderstorm warning does continue to remain in effect here until about 12:30. Some of the worst is moving through FSU now, so that's good at least. We're still looking for some more information on things as they continue to evolve here. So just trying to kind of stick with you here as we approach the lunch hour now. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center watching this action here as it does track off toward the east still that damaging wind potential within this line, so we have to be heeding that for sure. I'll go ahead and get back on in here now to break some more things down for everybody. Again, we have this line here, this line going off toward the east as we've been alluding to. Let's look for some of that wind energy, maybe some action here again south of 319. Or maybe something even just a little north of that, but we're still obscured by the radar. But with those brightest echoes here, seeing some of that higher wind potential right now around Medical Drive. So getting to the hospital there, Governor Square Boulevard, so them all as well here are getting some of the worst of this right now. Those 60-mile-an-hour winds, maybe a quick spin of tornado, but the tornado warning has been expired by the Weather Service in Tallahassee. So that's definitely some good news here. Just can't take any chances though with these scenarios because sometimes you can get a quick weak spin up with some of those winds translating a little bit higher, and you don't have much time to take action there in toward that region in terms of taking those tornado precautions. So really sometimes in these situations you want to take those severe thunderstorm warning precautions even a little more seriously because of that higher end wind threshold. We're at 11:57 now. We'll go just past the lunch hour and then take a break here in the coverage with that tornado warning off the board and things moving more into East Tallahassee over the next few minutes here with that damaging wind potential. But again, continuing to watch things here. Zoom out. Right now we just have the one severe thunderstorm warning polygon in play from the Weather Service. I know there's actually some stuff back in Louisiana as well, but this polygon goes all the way to the Georgia border though. As we're watching some of this action, maybe something here down east of Panacea, that could just be some contamination. It's out ahead a little. As we watch here, things don't look as impressive right now, but that could be deceptive because of the way we're looking at these storms so close with the radar right now, getting some of that action around. So definitely something to bear in mind as well here. We're about to transition into towards Saturday afternoon as we're watching some things here within the Doppler radar algorithms. You see up toward Bradfordville getting into some of this severe thunderstorm warning action as well. So again, we had a tornado warning for FSU there, no longer in effect. So that's good news. Storm Prediction Center talking about some different things here. Let me go ahead and read what they have. The risk continuing in the form of some damaging winds. So let me go ahead and look on over here. We're going to look on over at our other system now and break this on down. That threat continues. The radar loops on a gradual decrease though in the overall convective band, but some organizations persist with the onshore portion of the line from Grady County, Georgia, southward to Wakulla County, Florida, with a small corridor of a 500 to 1,000 dual kilogram mixed layer cape persisting just ahead of the storms over the eastern portion of the panhandle, with that limited severe threat remaining apparent over the next couple of hours. So watch for that. We'll see how things evolve downstream here as you look at that energy. We'll have to see how things kind of evolve down toward areas here of central northeast. The threat has been increased by the Storm Prediction Center. We'll have to just see how things evolve though with the energy around. Will this line re-strengthen? Will it kind of fall apart some more? Those are some questions yet to be answered, Roy, because that is something that we're watching for. Some indications are maybe we don't see too much in re-strengthening. Other indications maybe something a little bit different here in that we're able to see some of these storms take advantage of parameters that can be more favorable in some instances. So, continuing to watch things, we're now at the top of the hour. Meteorologist Casey Cloud continuing our severe weather covers now here into the afternoon, and we were watching some really vicious storms out toward Panama City with this line. Some of the worst severe weather they've had in a while. Probably the worst weather they've had since Michael down there. Not 100% sure on that, but for some folks, nothing like Michael. Don't get me wrong. This was nothing like Michael. It was a historic storm, and hurricanes, you can't really compare them, but just in terms of the overall damage, some pretty significant issues in Bay County being reported. I mean, just crazy to look back 2.5 years to the day, folks, of Hurricane Michael, that Panama City area devastated. That's today, folks. We're talking about 2.5 years ago today, and now getting some big time issues from storms. Again, nothing like a hurricane, not widespread damage necessarily, anything of that level, though. Winds were in a pretty widespread nature, 60, 70, 80 miles an hour, with maybe some embedded areas of rotation with the tornadoes maybe reaching the surface, water spouts maybe coming on shore, something like that there toward Panama City. So again, we had a tornado warning for Tallahassee. We've been breaking that down. Nothing too impressive with that from what I've seen, but again, the radar sometimes makes it a little hard to see when you're so close. So we'll wait for reports, but this line does look to be weakening on down as indicated by the Storm Prediction Center here, but that tornado watch does continue until 2 o'clock here in that yellow area on the screen. So stay tuned, everybody. We're going to take a break for now here. This is going through Tallahassee still. I'll be back at 12:15, and if things look like they are staying on the trend that they're on right now, we'll go to more of those half-hour cut-ins like what we do. And what we're talking about is it won't be as necessary to break in as frequently. But right now, kind of maybe back at about 12:15 here with more information. These storms still moving through East Tallahassee, packing a punch to some extent, but not as strong as they were earlier. Still, though, some wind could be reaching the surface, some of that lightning around as well. So make sure you're staying inside and away from windows as you're looking there around East Tallahassee, there, Woodville, Bradfordville as well. Back here in the Weather Center at 12:15, meteorologist Casey Cloud continuing to watch the severe thunderstorm warning here, including parts of Leon County as well as Wakulla, Gadsden, Franklin. Gadsden, the threats moving on away from there at this point, so not concerned about you guys. Same here as we're looking toward Franklin, but still Wakulla and Leon under this warning here where that threat does stand in the eastern portions of those two counties. We're getting reports now of some significant damage that did occur to three structures there in the Weehawken area around Gulf County earlier. So we were talking about some areas of rotation, maybe something getting going there. And then into where Tallahassee, you see the icon here. I'll go ahead and point it out for you as we kind of zoom on in a little bit more. We're talking about here a report north of I-10 at about 11:46 of a tree down there blocking the roadway of North Meridian and Miller's Landing. So something that can be problematic. Now, I noticed the Weather Service went with a significant weather advisory for Jefferson, so they may be thinking about just letting this be more of a severe thunderstorm situation for a few more minutes, but then transitioning this over to a significant weather advisory here as things maybe not quite as robust as they were earlier. Now we're going to pull up some more power outage information. I know Panama City hit really hard out that way, but as we look at some of our numbers right now, we'll go ahead and switch you on over here, and you'll be able to see 39,544 customers in the dark at this point. So those numbers down quite a bit as we're looking out toward Panama City. You see 17,856 customers in the dark there, but in further toward the east, Calhoun County, a couple thousand, Gulf about 800, and in our area it's 979 there. In Liberty in the dark, Gadsden at 251. You see Leon right now 152, but that's probably going to go up some with the reporting as it does come on in here and trickle into our system. And then as we get down toward Franklin, nothing's doing up there, which is good. Jefferson 145. Now some of these areas maybe not reporting all the information, but going to continue to watch things here within this. Definitely something to continue to monitor here as we're looking at some of these different numbers, different reports coming on in here to the Weather Center. Things look to be weaker right now, though, and that's the good news as they go ahead and come back on the camera here. You see this line. You see this line of storminess moving into Jefferson. Now, there is some accent to the south we have to watch. Maybe a little more robust on that southern end. But, as I say, that the Weather Service has canceled this warning for Franklin, Gadsden, Leon, Wakulla. All the counties cleared away. So that's some good news here, folks. Definitely some good news as we're watching here downstream in toward the Florida Big Bend. But this could ramp back up. We might have to watch that southern side here for some severe action later on. So just something to kind of monitor toward Taylor County here, and even maybe southern Jefferson over the next little bit as well, as it's kind of, it's right at the coast of Wakulla right now. So we're seeing some of those echoes maybe a little more favorable. So stay tuned. We'll be back at 12:30 with more here as we continue our severe weather coverage. We had that tornado warning for Leon earlier. No reports that I've seen so far of a tornado touchdown into toward Tallahassee. May have had a quick debris signature off toward the west of the airport. But right now, things don't look too bad toward Tallahassee as things will start improving here for a bit with this lighter rain in here. But you see some heavier rain back toward the west. Now, this isn't necessarily severe weather, but I think it's important to just kind of watch the radar overall. I know this line coming on in a little bit earlier than we were anticipating in the week. We thought it might come through around 5 o'clock maybe, but earlier on helping out with that spring game, but still some of that rain, some of that lightning remains. Interesting to see this lightning back behind in this rain, so still got to be careful with that potential. If you hear thunder, remain indoors and away from those windows as lightning can strike pretty far away from a thunderstorm. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at the bottom of the hour as we continue to watch this severe weather threat. We do have a strong thunderstorm line rolling moving on through the Big Bend at this point. Significant weather advisory potential there as we're seeing some of those in play. But right now, no active severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings. That's the good news. But a tornado watch does remain in effect here in the yellow color on the screen until 2 o'clock. So be mindful of that here as we are watching that potential here with this tornado watch in the yellow color till 2 o'clock. But again, no active warnings. We have to watch though in a situation like this, as indicated by the terminology watch, for areas of rotation to evolve. We are watching some enhancement in wind energy maybe here as we're looking south of McCulloch County. You might have to watch this for Taylor County over the next little bit, and up toward the north here you see a little bit of wind here and there, and even in this not exactly sure how much is reaching the surface, but as we got that latest frame, looks like maybe a little weaker on some of this, but still Wakena getting pixels of around 40 miles an hour. So we'll continue to watch, but no active warnings right now. Of course, so our thoughts and prayers out toward Panama City, where they had a tornado move on through. It seems quite a bit of damage out that way. I mean, buildings pretty much destroyed, it looks like, out there earlier this morning. So an unfortunate, serious situation that did evolve toward that area of Bay County. Maybe multiple water spouts even. This kind of goes to show how nasty things war with the line as I move through that area. Just have to be really careful in these type of scenarios as we really saw that line intensify like I haven't seen very often toward this part of the country. And even speaking about earlier, this part of the country toward areas around Orange Beach in Alabama, they had maybe grapefruit size hail, which is extremely rare in this part of the country. And then it seems a deadly tornado in Louisiana as well during the night when you always have to be weather aware. But right now, things are a little bit better looking within our Doppler radar algorithms. We did just get an update from the Storm Prediction Center on their outlook here. So let me go ahead and pop this on. And they're keeping a slight risk here off toward the east. So that's indicative of maybe a watch having to be issued here at some point off toward the east. The temperatures are in the 80s here. We're at 82 in Stark. So that could help some of this action refire up a little bit. We'll have to watch for that potential definitely here as we look ahead. Now, tornado, that potential, and not too high on that. Hail, really not seeing that, but winds, the reason for this slight risk, kind of a wind-driven slight risk, is we get reports of some issues there towards Seminole County, Georgia. No warning officially was in play there, but a few homes with minor damage, mainly missing some roof shingles. A couple even had some porch roofs collapse there as well. So not what you want to hear. I'll be back here by about 1 o'clock unless we have some more information that is urgent to let you know about. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at the top of the hour, continuing our severe weather coverage on this Saturday afternoon. We are tracking this line here that is weaker at this point, but I still could ramp up some. There's still some of that heating out ahead. I know in this dark area we're at 81 degrees right now, so some pretty warm conditions. Got some windy conditions as well, really out ahead of the line, getting some of those winds here up 15-20 miles an hour on my wind gauge. So that's kind of indicative of things going on as we're looking further out in advance of the line. As you see the latest radar update, you can see underneath the radar that tornado watch has been dropped for Tallahassee. So some good news toward Leon County and Tallahassee here. Let's go ahead and pop on over to other mode though, because still could have something above here toward Taylor County. We still have some enhanced velocity of signatures here. Just got to watch to make sure something doesn't spin up on us here as we're looking toward Taylor County, Perry over the next little bit. Something to monitor for sure, as we also are watching this off the Moody Air Force Base radar as well. So let me go ahead and switch you on over to that. We're getting the latest imagery in over there right now. As that update, you can actually see some of that enhancement in the wind energy as the Weather Service is talking about how these storms could intensify here over the next little bit. So something to watch for. You see some of this higher wind values, 60, 64 aloft. So might end up getting a severe thunderstorm warning if the Weather Service is thinking that this is reaching the surface. At this point, maybe not really doing so, but at some point could get a warning here with this. As this it's getting in here off toward the east. We're going to be talking about warmer air here as we're looking ahead. So that could cause these storms to kind of rejuvenate a little bit. I know if you're wondering what happened earlier with the storminess, we had some really nasty weather, really dangerous weather toward Panama City outside of our viewing area. I mean, hurricane force wind gusts here on the 2.5 year anniversary of Hurricane Michael, ironically. So serious. I mean, we've had, it seems, tornado damage there around Panama City Beach even. They were, ironically, not hit as much by Michael as other areas off toward the east. So just interesting to see some of that and hear about some of that. But right now we're watching this action toward Perry and the Doppler. We'll keep our eyes on this to see if things warning here at some point. But let's get back over toward Doppler, our other mode. Definitely seeing a little bit of something. Might just be the angle we're looking, but gotta be watching toward Perry here over the next little bit. So just something to be mindful about for sure as we go over now toward graphics. We're going to go ahead and talk about some weather history as well, because we had a tornado warning for Tallahassee, FSU here, and that hadn't happened all too much here over the last 10 years or so. Just about the 5th time as we're looking back to 2012 here with our graphic. I know I was at FSU when this tree fell in 2014 after a tornado warning storm came by, and you can see that here. But then we had the March 3rd, 2019 situation, the Wednesday, January 27 tornado situation this year, just a few months ago, of course, at the airport. And then today, we're not exactly sure what might have touched down, not like that situation, one of the lesser type scenarios as we're kind of looking back, but still interesting to see nonetheless. I know that January 26, 2012 situation was more of a rogue tornado warning, and just kind of remembering that before I got to FSU, and that kind of remind me of this in a way, in that it was kind of road toward Tallahassee, but toward the west, of course, so serious the issues we were dealing with there, as we talked about already. Now, we also are going to be watching this rainfall potential. I have this in the system. Now, I'm not on OneCloudWeather.com/radar. It gives you an interactive look at things, but you see a rainfall forecast, more time about the Florida Peninsula at this point, and this is from earlier. We'll get an update here on this pretty soon as we're looking ahead into the timeline. So something to watch for. With that rainfall around here, those numbers picking up some toward the Gulf Coast. We'll have to wait and see, because some of this already fell, of course, as the areas off toward the west. We're not going to be seeing that much more, but we're really talking about the peninsula of Florida here with the rain ahead in this timeline over about the next day or so. So we'll continue to watch, continue to give you the updates as well from 8 a.m. this morning. So again, some of this rain toward the west, a lot of this rain already has fallen out there, but watching toward the east, watching toward Perry here, We're going to keep this stream going. A tornado watch, so 2, and still some enhancement of wind energy might require some type of warning soon in the Taylor County vicinity. Unless there's something breaks, we'll be seeing you back about 1:30 with more information. Again, though, if something is of urgent concern, we'll jump on earlier. I know we're just kind of watching the grand scheme of things as well because could have some rain headed toward Augusta later on as we see more information trickle into the chat, especially about everything that happened again toward Bay County and Panama City earlier on this Saturday as we're looking back into toward the morning hours. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at the bottom of the hour, continuing to watch this line of storms here move through Taylor, Madison, Brooks, and into Lowndes and South Georgia now. So watching it even up toward Cook County as well. But right now, no severe warnings in play. That's the good news. Seeing some wind energy still down toward Taylor County, for instance. But right now, non-severe. I know some of you watching maybe toward north central Florida want to know about timing now. The line has slowed down some, so we have things kind of put on out here in our radar scope system to track it out over the next little bit. So I'll switch you on over there now. You'll be able to see what we're talking about. This is around 90 miles or so away from the Bradford County area. As we're looking further off through Bradford County, and movement earlier was 40 in the last significant weather advisory, but the Weather Service in Tallahassee now pegging this at only 25 miles an hour. So we're talking about a situation which that would change the timing some here, obviously, as if you kind of do the math, then maybe of 2 hours, we're talking maybe 3 hours, somewhere in that range here, maybe even longer than that, but it could speed up a little bit, slow down. The movement not going to be exactly the same speed here, so something to kind of consider as well. But right now things aren't too robust. We do have that daytime heating though. We're at 83 degrees where I'm at this point, so definitely could have a factor in it, but we don't have all the parameters in play that we did earlier. Not expecting anything like what we saw down toward Panama City, but we could still get some rogue warnings from time to time. I kind of doubt that we'll get a watch. I can't guarantee anything. I know we've seen situations before where things look like they're kind of going to wind down and then they pulse back up. I know on Christmas Eve we had a situation where things didn't look all that robust necessarily with the line, and then it just started really getting its act together. So, yeah, I know we had, I think, daytime heating that day as well. Just kind of trying to think back on what was happening there on Christmas Eve. So you just have to be kind of mindful here. But right now things are pretty calm with this, and if the trends continue, we'll wrap the covered up at 2 o'clock. A tornado watch is set to expire at 2, and I, again, kind of doubt we're going to get another watch to the east. If it were to be a watch to the east, it'd probably be a thunderstorm watch, so that's something to also think about as well. But right now things look better, and I know you might be also wondering about that spring game. Now there is some rain here moving toward Tallahassee. We'll watch some of this. But right now we're not talking about anything that is necessarily close to even being severe. That tornado watch gone. We're not going to have severe weather the rest of the day toward Tallahassee, and that's the good news. But we'll be watching here again off toward Easton with some of that threat that we've talked about. And tomorrow we'll be watching a threat that we'll get into here in a moment as well. Again, we've been covering things for a while. You see that moisture still around here, though, so it's going to be rainy out ahead of that game. Maybe it's just getting out of the way, though, in time for kickoff as you see that moisture around, though, making things kind of soggy. So that's something that is interesting to note there with that moisture back behind. Could get some gusty winds in here as well. That's something to take into consideration as well, as I see this information coming in the chat, but nothing too noteworthy at this point, so that's good. Just going to continue to watch, though, because we do have that tornado watch in play for the next little bit. The parameters don't really look too robust right now, but again, that energy is kind of the wild card here. We'll just have to wait and see how things play out. Of course, we're not on with the coverage. cloudsweather.com/radar will be the place to go for that latest information. I know what happened toward Panama City earlier today, just incredible in a very bad way. Let's break it down for you a little bit, actually, as we go over toward our mode. I backed it up 4 hours here. This is toward Panama City, folks. You see this line, and I had velocities up here in the Weather Center, and they were just incredible. The numbers, I haven't seen much like that here in this part of the country in a while, Roy, with as high of the winds we were seeing. Just the Weather Service is so concerned, the tornado warnings, these wind reports. I mean, we're talking about winds here. I'll kind of look at some of them. 57, 62, 64, widespread damage in winds 59, but then here 75 in Lynn Haven on a personal weather station there. Just absolutely unbelievable. And then as we got here into Panama City, we had 78 at a center there at the marina town. And then you saw some other gusts as well as we're walking you through what happened here earlier today. You saw how things were so robust. These little notches within the line indicative of some rotation as well. And as we kind of go further on in time, you see how we were tracking this there in the Florida Panhandle. You saw these rotational areas, all these wind reports back off toward the west. So a nasty, nasty situation there that it's going to take a while to clean up from. I mean, just kind of unfortunately, I mean, we had Michael through there, and some people not even fully recovered from that. And these spots here are a potential of the danger, unfortunately, coming to fruition in that region. Other spots getting pretty lucky, it seems, but unfortunately, Bay County was not one of the lucky communities there, lucky counties per se. But as we look off, things don't look too robust. We just got to watch though over the next few hours to see if things re-energize with that energy around. Let's see some of this energy information here. You see these values as we look over now. That was at one of our CAPE levels there that we looked at. This is surface-based CAPE here, and you see there's quite a bit of it when we get to this orange area. That's about 2,000 joules per kilogram. But then as we look over toward some other parameters, they don't look as robust as they did earlier, and that's definitely good. So kind of that give and take here. We'll just have to watch. We'll be in the Weather Center tracking things for you for sure. Let me go ahead and pop up another mode we have of our system. It'll take me just a moment. I have to take some things off here. This is the thing where we kind of have to go between some of our different sources here and get some of them off the screen so we can give you a better visual of what we're talking about. So let me go ahead now and get this in the system or place files here. We got the day 2 outlook out from the Storm Prediction Center a little while ago, and actually it looks like it hasn't updated in our system yet, unfortunately. But what I will say about this is that the threat here is more concentrated towards Central Florida. I think I know what we can do here in this situation. Actually, let me see if I can get on over here to it. I may not be able to at the moment, but we are watching that thread here for tomorrow as we get out towards Central Florida especially, but even Northern Florida getting into some of this threat as well. So that is something to monitor, of course, here in the Weather Center. The system does not quite update. I'll see what we had here. This was the earlier outlook, but again, we now have that marginal risk, I think, shifted a little bit further to the south. So that's good, but still including areas around Stark Gainesville. Jacksonville, I don't believe is in that. And then as we look down toward Orlando, though, we have that toward a slight risk now. So maybe more damage and wind threat down that way. So kind of breaking that down for you here on this Saturday afternoon as we continue to watch the situation going again between some of our different tools here as we are still tracking this line in that Perry vicinity right now. As it does move on off to the east, it seems a little bit slower as we've alluded to. But you just don't want to let your guard down with this because of the history of the acts and the damage that was produced. But the conditions not as favorable off toward the east, of course. So that's the good news here. Definitely good news, but let's go back to our GR level 3 computer real quick. Scanning up and down this line, getting here through Taylor County. You see maybe some interference as we're looking up north of Madison. The winds don't look too impressive right now, though. Near Valdosta, we're seeing a little bit of maybe a little enhancement there west of Valdosta. That's something to watch because we're closer to the radar site there. So that might actually be giving us a pretty good read on this. So we're getting some winds 40 to 50 there near I-75 right now as we're looking through southern Georgia. So something to watch, something to track. We're back at the top of the hour with more unless something requires us to come on sooner. That's more of an urgent scenario. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center to go ahead and start to wrap things up for the time being. It looks like, unless we get some type of warning coming up here in the next few minutes, is the tornado watch going away here at 2 o'clock. It looks like, as we're not seeing anything from the Weather Service indicating that being extended off toward the east with the Jacksonville office coming into that or anything. Doesn't seem like a organized severe threat at this point. Of course, though, we couldn't rule out here and can't rule out maybe some isolated severe storms as we look ahead in the timeline. There is still a slight risk of severe weather off toward the east, but we're just going to have to continue to watch these radar scans here to see if anything enhances itself in terms of that one potential. But it looks more like a marginal threat to me at this point. Again, don't lay your guard down. Have multiple ways to get alerts just in case here on a Saturday. But right now, things just don't look too robust. Again, with that energy around though off toward the east, you have to remain on guard because there is that energy there that could cause these to evolve more like your afternoon type storms. You don't have as much of the rotational potential at this point, but you have those higher temperatures that could lead to these storms becoming more of those frequent lightning producers that you see in the summertime here with those gustier winds in play as well. So that's something we'll watch here in the Weather Center. We're here going to be keeping an eye on things, of course, but right now no active watches, warnings, just a marine warning technically, but no active tornado, severe thunderstorm warnings in play or tornado watch potential there at this point. Severe thunderstorm watch, haven't seen anything like that on our board either, I know. Just looking back there toward Panama City, getting all that damage there, so significant toward Bay County with those gusts in that hurricane force range. It looks like a waterspout or two becoming tornadoes, or at least one of them becoming a tornado as it came on shore there. Still trying to review that information, but the significant damage there at Panama City Beach at some spots on the unfortunately ironic 2.5-year anniversary of Hurricane Michael. So crazy to think about in that regard, but as we're continuing to watch the radar imagery right now, things are going to continue to progress here off toward the east. I know that the southern half here of this line per se, we don't see too much. We'll have to see if things refire, but just not a lot going on down here, and that'd be good news towards our gains, but we could again have an increase in intensity at some point. That can happen sometimes when you have this afternoon heating like this, getting this up here to 83 degrees or so where I'm at. I know there's winds here, gusty at times, out ahead of things. Weather Service is talking about that a strong storm is intensifying there just northeast of Valdosta. So that kind of goes to show what we're talking about is tracking eastward along and just north of Highway 84. And some low-level rotation maybe trying to develop here as it's on track to impact western Clinton County, generally north of DuPont through about 3 o'clock there in southern Georgia. So let's see what they're talking about here. Not a lot, but there is a little bit of rotation. I do see it. So let me go ahead and pop this on here. I may have to keep the stream going, unfortunately, a little bit longer as this being so close to the radar, it might not take them as much in the Tallahassee office to issue a quick tornado warning if they see something here. Let's check because we're so close for debris even, not seeing that. I mean, that's not a lot of rotation, but that storm near Tallahassee earlier didn't have a lot on it either. And they ended up issuing a tornado warning on that one. Maybe had a quick ramp up in that. So we got to watch for this as well. I know we had that a tornado toward Valdosta a few years ago. We're really getting back now. That ramped up where we had a situation where really by the time the warning was in play, already quite a bit of damage, no cloud to ground lightning with that storm. So this is northwest of Naylor. You definitely see a little bit of rotation there. So I may need to go ahead and stick with this a little bit longer here as we look toward parts of Lowndes County. You see a little bit of a bend in the line here as well. So I know this will be something that the Tallahassee office and the Jacksonville office is watching here. You see some of that rotation, some of that spin northwest of Naylor. So that's something to watch here as we transition over from Lowndes into Lanier counties. It's not enough maybe for a warning yet. The only reason I think it's closer is because we're so close to the radar. Maybe something that was still a little bit stronger if we're looking higher up into the storm. This is what's closer to the ground though. We have on the pixels here 26, 14. So maybe a spin trying to get its act together a little bit in toward parts of southern Georgia, Lowndes County we're talking. So we have to just continue to watch this. I might give it another scan or two to see what we want to do with this at this point. No tornado watch, but now of course starting to see something ramping up here a little bit. North and west of Naylor, I just hate to go off and then have to come back on because it'll take a few minutes for us to get back on in this type of situation. But this is near Old State Road there. With this, it's not a lot of rotation, but it's again so close to the radar. With this type of signature, there is something there that is worth paying attention to. I'll go ahead and kind of point it out for you here. You see that spin kind of, let me kind of, in fact, I'll just kind of show it to you more like this. You kind of see that spin here, something that is going on with this here this afternoon. So just have to continue to monitor things for sure near Stockton as well as we're getting closer to Lanier County before it gets off to Worklands County. So something to definitely watch on the Doppler radar here, that rotational signature. So what I think we're going to do, we're going to keep the stream going here until about 2:30 at least to this point, just to see what happens with this storm, if we get a warning, something like that. So that's what we're going to do right now. Just make sure we don't have to rake back in real quick here up toward that area. Since we're so close to the radar, I just don't want to take any chances here. If something tries to evolve, we'd probably see it pretty good. If it tightened up just a little more, they'd probably issue a warning because of that reaching lower down there with that. It's not something maybe if you saw it further away to be as impressed with because we're looking further up. But since you're lower down, is this something you gotta pay attention to here? Nothing extremely imminent maybe, but still just gotta watch. Let's go ahead and go over to radar scope real quick. You see something trying to get going there, spin close to the radar. So we'll watch it. We're gonna track it. We're gonna keep the stream on. Be back at 2:30 unless something breaks. I mean, there is something right there that maybe trying to get us out together. You have those pluses and those minuses coming together just a little bit here. So something to track, unfortunately, here now in toward parts of southern Georgia. So we'll be back about 2:30 unless, of course, we get a warning, like a tornado warning. That's why we're keeping this going because if that happens, we'll break back in immediately with the latest information here with that little bend within the line. That's what we have to watch for here this afternoon. Stay tuned, everybody. Stay safe out there as things definitely look a little more organized here to some extent. Not extreme. It would be a weak tornado, but still could be something like that trying to get going as we look up and down the line overall. The winds don't look really strong with this though, and that's some good news. You do see a wind shift line as the Weather Service talking about the squall line maybe intensifying as it moves into the Suwannee River Valley with wind gusts of 40 to 50 possible and a hail signature now in the storm approaching the Suwannee River Station there. That's down here. So I have to look for that and watch that. So going to be getting closer toward Falmouth there and Live Oak eventually as well. So I'm going to keep this going since we're watching that rotation to the north and see you back at 2:30 again unless something breaks before then. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center with a severe weather update. As we just have a couple severe thunderstorm warnings issued by the National Weather Service in Jacksonville here. Interestingly enough, the Tallahassee office didn't really think they met the criteria necessarily, and as they're moving out of the area, they'll enter in maybe a more favorable environment. So now, severe thunderstorm warnings for that potential for some strengthening here as well as we get toward that Swanee River Valley area. Severe thunderstorm warning in play here till 3 o'clock now for Swanee, Hamilton, Eccles, Central Clinch, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, penny-sized hail for areas like Live Oak, Jasper, Jennings, White Springs, Statenville, Swanee River State Park, Swanee Springs, Mayday, Belmont, and Crossroads. And then another storm to the north, maybe a little more impressive with some rotation as we get here. You can kind of see some of that spin moving here from Lanier County, which again, not under a warning there, but the threat may be increasing as we get in toward part of Clinch County here. A severe thunderstorm warning in play for northwestern Clinch until 3. A severe thunderstorm located near Lakeland, moving northeast at about 15 miles or 35 miles an hour. Talking about Homerville and DuPont and under this warning as well. So remain alert for that tornado potential within these polygons, especially though the one to the north, where we're really talking about things. We'll be back here about 2:30 with more from Mason. So stay tuned, everybody. Stay safe out there. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center once again with another update as we continue to track that potential for some severe weather. Unfortunately, toward the Swanee Valley, severe thunderstorm warnings continue now to about 3 o'clock. So we're going to keep the stream going. That damage and wind potential here getting closer toward I-75. Going to be watching for that for sure here over the next little bit. If not, maybe damaging wind. We're talking about winds there that be blowing some of that rain around for sure, making it a little bit hard to see on the interstate. And I know as we're getting up toward the north here, I've been watching some rotation as we get east to Lakeland. Nothing really impressive, but seeing some winds maybe up to about 50, 60 miles an hour in some of these brighter pixels here between Shermans and DuPont. I'll kind of point out what I'm talking about. We're seeing right in this vicinity here that potential for some of those winds between Shermans and DuPont of that higher variety. Even you can see the latest scan still in 47 miles an hour maybe as we get closer toward Nashville Highway. So I'm going to be watching for that potential. Looking up and down this line here with this wind threat. Definitely watching for some of the accent. Not as impressive to the south, though, I don't think, but some of that could be based on the radar angle. Some of this could be translating to the surface, so just be careful out there. Nothing extreme, but just take it easy and watch out for the downpour. This is a pretty thin line overall, and as you get behind, you're going to have some heavier rain. I know that's getting toward Tallahassee later in the period as you kind of see that further back behind. But hopefully some of that gets on out there. Not all of it gets on out of the way before that spring game comes at about 5 o'clock. So we'll keep you up to date. Be back here at the top of the hour unless we have some pressing information to tell you about. As the Weather Service now talking about the storm with the history of rotation north-northeast of Valdosta, crossing over in northwest Clinton County now, west of Highway 129, north of Highway 84 to the west-northwest of DuPont. Maybe not a strong rotational signature on it right now, but strong outflow winds indicated on radar headed toward Cogdell. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at the top of the hour, continuing to watch that line of storms. A new severe thunderstorm warning just being issued by the National Weather Service in Jacksonville here, and it goes until 3:45 for parts of Columbia, Hamilton, and Florida, and then in Georgia, Clinton, Eccles counties. So watching that wind potential, really the big threat right now. Maybe some of those gusts to about 60 at the surface. Now this is a marginally severe storm that we're talking about and a marginally severe line, but still going to continue to watch things as we get latest information in from the National Weather Service as this action heads toward Fargo, Belmont, and Needmore here over the next little bit. So it's something to keep an eye out for, but overall not too robust. There's no longer a watch and play, and we're just going to watch the overall line as it does track off toward the east here to see exactly what evolves if it intensifies a little bit here and there. We've seen some intensification here with this, but overall still not too robust. Not expecting anything like what we saw earlier out toward Panama City, and that's the good news, but still some of this heavier rain, some gusty winds moving toward 441 there as we're looking in northern Columbia County up toward parts of Clinton County. So something to watch out for in that region with the severe thunderstorm warning in play until 3:45. Maybe some small hail possibility as well. So that's something to monitor here as the Weather Service talking about just different things in the chat session with this potential. I'll go ahead and pull up a base velocity, not seeing too much on that right now, but again, still continuing to watch things. That movement northeast now, they're saying at 35, probably a little more east northeast, but we definitely have a northerly component here as well. That's being noted by the National Weather Service. So let me go ahead and switch sources here. Again, we've been talking about that movement. Northeast, there's again saying about 35 miles an hour. So let me go ahead and pop up our system right now. Just to kind of give you an idea of when this action, which has filled in a little bit down to the south, it'd be closer towards Stark. So probably about an hour and a half is what we're talking at this point, somewhere in that general vicinity. So that's kind of a heads up here towards Stark with this. Nothing too robust. I mean, it can't be ruled out a marginal severe storm. Here we do have the slight risk in play, but nothing terribly robust. It is warm out there though, 85 degrees right now. So some of those conditions around, maybe for some strengthening. We'll be watching it for you, that potential, but no formal severe weather watch, even though we do have that severe thunderstorm warning for that damage and wind potential for parts of Columbia, Hamilton, as well as Clinton, Eccles until about 3:45 this afternoon. Stay safe out there and stay tuned for the latest weather information. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center, bottom of the hour, continuing our coverage since we do have that severe thunderstorm warning in play there toward Fargo. Nothing too significant it doesn't look like, but let's go ahead and go over toward our other computer system. We do have this squall line intensifying some. Overall here you can see that as we get down to the south, we are going to have some rain, some downpours here with some lightning, maybe some gusty winds coming toward north central Florida, further in like areas there near Gainesville, Stark over the next little bit. So it's something to watch, but nothing overly impressive. I mean, I guess you couldn't rule out a quick severe thunderstorm warning, something like that popping up down there, but really up to the north where we've been watching a little bit more here for that potential for some of those damaging winds that maybe be translating at times to the surface. But even this looks pretty marginal, so that's the good news. But we'll continue to watch things. You actually see some of these winds maybe a little stronger as we're getting just outside the box. I know something else we're watching is the potential for maybe a wake low to be bringing some winds off toward the west here. So let me go ahead and pop our broad view on. We have that rain still affecting Tallahassee. Hopefully that gets out of the way pretty much in time for that spring game. So that's something to watch as well. As the squall line, of course, we went through earlier than we were thinking, but that also brings into the equation the heat of the day here toward north central and northeast Florida. And that kind of helps to fire some of these storms up a little bit more. So we'll watch getting here closer into ward areas around Stark Gainesville over the next hour or so. But the only severe warnings up toward that Fargo area. We'll be back here by about 4 o'clock unless we need to break back in sooner with some more urgent weather information. There is that chance that severe thunderstorm warning may get extended as we're looking from Columbia, Clinton, Eccles off toward the east and the northeast. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center once again at the top of the hour. No longer any severe thunderstorm warnings in play, but a pretty strong line moving through north central Florida up into towards southeast Georgia right now, approaching the first coast over the next little bit. So we're going to be keeping the stream going at least until we get it past dark. If there's no warnings after that, may go ahead and wrap it up, but we'll kind of play it by ear at this point. We're at 4 o'clock right now. We'll be going past at least 4:30, and that update might get some more warnings still. There is a sea breeze pinned to the coast, so might see some type of enhancement here at some point as it gets closer toward that squall line I'm talking about. So something to watch for sure. We're looking for wind energy, and we're seeing some toward Baker County, and we have that potential roll up and down this line, maybe gusts to about 50 miles an hour or so. So significant weather advisories in play as this is going to be moving into ward areas of Gainesville a little bit further here shortly in the next 30 minutes or so towards dark. McClenny even maybe a little bit sooner than that. So watching there, watching up toward Folkestone as well in southeastern Georgia with this moving on in. So something to definitely monitor, but non-severe right now, though we did have some reports earlier off toward the west. I know a tree down and actually multiple trees there toward US 441 northbound there in Eccles County in the Fargo vicinity. Also some reports here coming in, it looks like toward areas there around White Springs. A few trees down there around Highway 441, that corridor north of Lake City. So interesting to see that, but that can be indicative of what can happen sometimes when you have some marginal severe action coming on through. So we'll watch this line right now. Storms are strong but not severe, and be monitoring things here. Of course, if something goes severe, we'll let you know about it. I know that thunder starting to increase in this dark area where I'm at, so we'll continue to at least stay on here with this through about this dark area. Generally, probably wouldn't be on at this point, but just want to go ahead and stick with it since we've had warnings. We've been tracking it way out from the west, so we're going to at least stick with this here, even if it's not severe through that path through Bradford County, through Alachua County here over the next little bit. But for now, our next scheduled update of about 4:30, of course, breaking in sooner as needed. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at the bottom of the hour, continuing to watch our Doppler radar, but no active warnings right now. That's the good news here as we look at some different things. Excuse me, as I go ahead and go over toward our radar scope technology. I know that's something that's helpful in these situations that we can track things with. So let's go ahead and punch that up. You'll be able to see how some of this wind moving on in, our velocity showing some of that. And we'll go ahead and see that significant weather advisory in play here until it looks like about 5:30 or so now, the newest one coming out, but no active severe thunderstorm warnings, tornado warnings, anything like that. But we do have those gusts there just under severe limits possible. So that's why I'm keeping the stream going. We generally wouldn't be on for this, but since we already have the stream going for that threat that was a little bit higher off toward the west here, quite a bit higher out toward Tallahassee, it seems. We're just going to kind of keep it going at least a little while longer to about 5 o'clock, give or take. And I'll still have the ability to cut in here on the stream, but it's going to be a situation here where, unless we really see things ramp up with warnings, we won't do that. Still can't rule out a warning or two, but you hear that thunder in this dark area, so make sure if you hear thunder roar, you want to go indoors. That's important to keep that in mind here as we're moving throughout the next little bit. And then we're watching again tomorrow for some storminess as well. Coming back into the picture, I know something that's really worth noting there. Going to be another rainy type situation. So continue to watch that. Continue to watch the radar. We'll have that up for you for the next little bit. And once that radar streaming goes away, you can still go to cloudweather.com/radar for the latest information in terms of that latest imagery. But we're just going to kind of leave things up. We can still cut in over the next little bit if something ramps up, and we'll be able to cut back in later if something were to ramp up later on. There's a small chance of it, non-zero severe risk, but nothing too robust at the moment in terms of that severe weather criteria, but still potentially dangerous with some of that lightning around and those gusty winds just under severe limits. So thanks so much for trusting me for now. We'll leave that radar up here as we watch some of the storminess here on this Saturday afternoon as we started to get closer toward those evening hours. Meteorologist Casey Cloud. I'm going to go ahead and pop back in now to this stream. That's why we wanted to leave it up for the potential for maybe another warning to go ahead and come into effect. And that's occurred now here with the National Weather Service issuing a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Duval, Nassau, Camden, and Glen until 5:30. There's even a tornado possible tag on this storm as we're seeing the interaction with the sea breeze here. So got to be watching. I know near Woodbine we're seeing some rotation now. Near I-95 is things changing pretty quickly here. We have to watch that to see if a tornado warning is issued in that area. And then down toward the south here, I know we're watching along 95 and near the airport in Jacksonville where we just had a gust of 60 miles an hour recorded right before they issued a warning on this as thinking maybe the winds weren't too strong, but at the airport, a gust of 60, that might be a little elevated. I'm not exactly sure, but that was one of the reasons this warning was issued. Might have been the sole reason, excuse me, but we're just going to be watching here up toward the north as well for that area of rotation around Woodbine to see what might come of that, because we're seeing some pretty bright pixels here to the east of Woodbine, to the east of 95, indicative of winds 55 miles an hour, give or take. So, got to be watching here to see how things kind of try to come together in toward that vicinity there in parts of Camden County near Interstate 95. So, a severe thunderstorm warning now until 5:30, tracking this potential here as we're getting closer toward the coast. Now, if you're down towards Stark, things didn't seem to ramp up too much. I know where I'm at, just kind of hearing some of that rain here and there, and maybe a little more rain coming into play, but no severe warning down this way. A little bit of small hail near Interstate 75, a little bit of a wind there in McClenny, maybe knocking down a couple trees around Glen St. Mary, a gust of about 40 miles an hour or so. But looking up here toward the north, again, a severe thunderstorm warning now in play until 5:30. This is why we kept that stream going, just to be on the safe side here for this potential. Northeastern Nassau, northeastern Duval, Camden, and south central Glen. At about 4:44, there was a severe thunderstorm located over Woodbine. So just kind of reading that actually the reason that this was issued was not really maybe for the airport situation, that the airport's in it as well. The text of the warning here really focusing on Woodbine and that area of rotation that we're seeing. The airport situation, though, was coming maybe into fruition about the same time the warning was actually being issued there. As we just got a tornado warning now, folks. So, tornado warning for Glen County as well as Camden. They think that circulation's tight enough now here, folks. So this is why we kept things going. We were afraid this might ramp on up a little bit more, and now it has. This is going to be a quick tornado situation if it does become one. But let's go ahead and go on in here toward this area of Camden County. The rotation right near 95 is pretty broad overall. It'd be a weak tornado probably, but a tornado warning now in play until 5:15 here for parts of Camden and Glen. This does include Brunswick, so we need folks to take shelter here if they're in this area near I-95, watching this area of rotation here. The interaction with the sea breeze can sometimes do it. And now a tornado warning for parts of Camden and Glen counties until about 5:15. The circulation was starting to tighten just east of Woodbine in Camden, tracking quickly northeast toward Dover Bluff. So a tornado warning now in this vicinity. Possible circulation there, maybe reaching the surface near Woodbine, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. The dangerous storm will be near Brunswick and Jekyll Island around 5:10. St. Simon's Island, Dock Junction, Country Club Estates around 5:15. Other locations included under this warning that might be impacted by the tornadic thunderstorm include Dover Bluff. So you want to take cover now, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building here as we have a circulation developing, a possible tornado evolving here east of Woodbine and Camden County, folks. So want to go ahead and get as many walls between you and the outside as possible here in southeastern Georgia. You kind of see maybe a little bit of a sea shape to this storm, and sometimes that's indicative of a circulation trying to reach the surface, probably a lower end circulation here, and we just have to continue to watch things, watch this area as it does evolve, tracking it again off there toward the northeast of 45. So we'll be back in just a moment with more information. A tornado warning till 5:15 for parts of Camden and Glenn counties. We're still keeping you safe here on this Saturday from the Weather Center. Back with you now to continue the coverage. We do have that tornado warning here for parts of southeastern Georgia until 5:15. A possible tornado here, a circulation in parts of Camden County, ultimately going to be going into toward Glenn County here over the next little bit. The circulation approaching areas around, it looks like a few of these roads as we're looking toward the northeast of Woodbine by a pretty good distance. Some of these not showing up again like we've seen throughout the day. I mean, it's a pretty rural area, but I do see Horseshoe Cove in here, so a possible tornado now in Camden County. Gotta go ahead and be inside and away from windows here if you're in this area. We do have that circulation being indicated by the Doppler. Not really seeing anything in terms of tornado debris right now, which is good, but again, you want to be inside and away from windows right now here in the Ward Camden and Glenn counties. A possible tornado, and then the line of storms here. You have that wind energy that interacts in here. Some of that wind reaching the surface possibly as we're looking down toward Duval County now. You see some of this east of the airport, so something to watch, something to track for sure. Just gonna have to continue to monitor things, but don't want to take too many breaks right now with the tornado warning up toward the north here in Camden County. A possible tornado in progress here. It'd be pretty weak if there is one, but still, we gotta be covering this because a possible tornado could be occurring right now here in Camden County, Georgia. The circulation's pretty broad, pretty diffuse, but again, just make sure you're taking shelter. A little more evident over on radar scopes. Let's go ahead and switch you over there. Still nothing too terribly impressive, but you can't take any chances with these storms, of course. So let me go ahead and give you that perspective now. We're going to go ahead and switch you on over to that source. And you see here kind of a drop out a little bit in terms of the wind values. So you could pretty much say these are almost plus, almost trying to get into the greens. But then these are the winds going away from the radar here. So circulation evolving northeast of Woodbine, moving off toward the northeast as we've talked about here. So a possible tornado in parts of Camden County. Just got to be inside and away from windows if you're in that area. I know towards dark we got a gust a little while. We got a 22 miles an hour where I'm at with this line, but non-severe acts and this significant weather advisory to the south as we have a little more of this rain to come on in here. We're just watching things as they do above, but again, a tornado warning to the north in southern Georgia right now, tracking the potential here for a possible tornado as we're looking toward parts of Camden County. So you want to seek shelter inside that sturdy building, get as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and protect yourself from blind debris by maybe putting on a bicycle helmet. So again, a possible tornado here in southeastern Georgia. The speed on this northeast at about 45 miles an hour, so pretty quickly moving as that circulation here. So kind of watching this as it does track across. It's going to be out of Glenn County even here within the hour, as you can tell. So that's some good news, as you might hear some of that rain picking up in this dark area again. Non-severe action down here, just getting things to ramp up just a little bit to the north, enough to maybe have a weaker end, lower end tornado here in parts of Camden, Glenn counties. Seeing that potential right now, so just gotta be in shelter, get as many walls between you and the outside as possible here. A possible tornado in Camden County here, moving off toward the northeast at about 45 miles an hour. I'll be back just a few minutes with more information, so stay tuned. Continuing our tornado coverage now here at the top of the hour. A tornado warning remaining in effect here at about 5:15 for parts of Camden and Glenn counties here. A weak circulation prompting this tornado warning in the area there, southeast Georgia. Talking about, looks like as we get in with some of these roads here, not too many overall actually showing up, which is indicative of a rural area, as we've alluded to, so that's good. But we do have Ella Park Church Road in the system, so just got to be taking shelter if you're here your road, because that circulation could be very close, if not over you right now. May not be reaching the surface with a tornado, but still got to be inside, got to be away from those windows with that tornado warning in effect. Just get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And we're going to go ahead and zoom out now. We're getting some updates from the Weather Service. So looking at things, I know NAS Jax gusting there to 48 miles an hour, and now The concern is for a strong outflow boundary of gusts to 50 miles an hour racing out of the Jacksonville metro area there, and that convection moving toward Roy. Some of those other areas there in that metro, like Mandarin and Nocatee, then offshore of the coast, impacting areas there around Palm Valley, Guana River State Park through 5:30. So I got to be watching that potential as well as we go ahead and look at some of this again. Rotation's not much on this software, so that's good. We were seeing a little more on our other software, radar scope, but still not too much there, to be quite honest here. With this circulation on this Saturday afternoon, we'll go ahead and pop this on. It's one of the weaker circulations I've seen to get a tornado warning. There was a little bit tighter circulation for a few minutes there, but still is on the lower end. And now just not seeing a lot there, but you never know. Something could happen here as we're looking east of 95. Not seeing any tornado debris, so that's good. As they are continuing this tornado warning, the Weather Service is just don't want to take any chances here. At 5:02, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near Brunswick, moving northeast at about 45 miles an hour. They're still watching this down here, but tracking it off again northeast about 45 miles an hour. We're just looking at some of the different things here right now in the Weather Center and trying to get a gauge on exactly what's going to happen here. You see, as we look, that's about 21 miles or so. So we're getting out of our viewing area within a half hour anyway. But this is going to be a situation where we have things maybe winding down by 5:15. I kind of doubt they would continue this tornado warning based on what we're seeing here. So let me go ahead and go back on over it out toward our other tool. Just not seeing that impressive of a radar signature, but I know some of those other signatures weren't too impressive either when we ended up getting some wind damage, at least with some trees falling off toward the west. So you never know here. Maybe any F-0 type situation with those 65 to 85 mile an hour winds translating with a circulation. Just gotta watch toward Brunswick, a pretty highly populated area under a tornado warning until 5:15. Now toward the south, not seeing a whole bunch with the wind either, though I will preface that with saying here as we get near, it looks like Saw Pit Road. I'll go ahead and take the tornado warning super off right now since we're away from that. I don't want to confuse anybody. If you're just tuning in here, this is a severe thunderstorm warning along this line toward the first coast. Pumpkin Hill Road. As you see some of these winds now, 55 miles an hour, maybe moving towards State Highway A1A. So gotta watch for that potential here on this Saturday. Weather Service talking about the circulation now that it has weakened in Camden and Glen into the big outflow headed toward the Golden Isles of Jekyll, St. Simon's Island, and Brunswick. 50 to 60 mile an hour gust. A possibility is that severe thunderstorm warning gets updated now. You can kind of see here if you look closely. I know our mouse isn't on the screen, but if you look closely there, you see the area as we're getting really tight in here near Alla Park Church, right that rotation where you have that drop at a little bit in the reds, and you look toward the east of that, to the right of that, that's where the brighter winds brighter colors might be indicative of the higher winds. So got to be watching for that potential here in toward Glenn County. Just go ahead and get it in as many walls between you and the outside as possible, but more talking about a situation of damaging winds with a severe thunderstorm scenario versus a tornado scenario. But a tornado warning does remain in effect here for another 10 minutes. So gotta be inside, gotta be away from those windows. May get this dropped a little early, we'll just have to wait and see. But when you have a tornado warning in effect, of course, you're getting that alert on your phone. You want to seek shelter inside a sturdy building. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And you want to protect yourself with a bicycle helmet there from that potential flying debris as well. So gotta watch the circulation. It's really weak, but nonetheless could have some wind here as we've got maybe about 60 miles an hour or so within this entire line. So something that is worth noting for sure here as we get near areas around A1A. Some of that brighter accents so on up here on our velocity template. As we go toward Duval County, you see some of this rain there as well. Not too much wind in terms of these numbers really adding up, maybe in that 40, 50 mile an hour range, as indicated by a gust there at the Naval Air Station in Jacksonville to 48 miles an hour. So I'm kind of giving you a gauge for what's happening. As we look toward the south here, Bellevue, seeing a little bit of wind down there. We had a gust to 44 at the Ocala Airport, but again, most of this is non-severe. But that gust to 60 at the airport, which sometimes maybe gets higher readings depending on the actual measurements that's getting from a certain height. I'm not exactly sure on that, but I know earlier in the year we saw something a little higher than we were anticipating. I believe there may have been downtown, but sometimes when you have areas there, certain type of areas, you can get wind readings a little bit uh, in that anomalous range, I guess you could say, but a little bit of an anomaly type scenario. But again, let's go ahead and go back up toward the north here. This tornado warning still continues for Brunswick, still staying shelter there, but again, I'm just not seeing much at all in terms of a tornadic circulation there in toward Glenn County. As we go toward the south in Camden County, you see some wind and then more of that wind maybe here close to the beaches and northeastern Duval County. Some of that not even under a severe thunderstorm warning in the south there though. But this warning does continue in Jekyll Island, Brunswick, where that higher wind potential is. But St. Mary's, Brunswick, Fernandina Beach, Kings Bay, as well as Yulee, Cumberland Island, Harriet's Bluff, and Dover Bluff under this severe thunderstorm warning here at about 5:30. So have to watch for that potential here as well of some of those damaging winds reaching the surface here in this vicinity, as we've already seen that potential come to fruition to some extent there at Jacksonville International Airport at 4:43 with that wind gust from the west to 60 miles an hour. Just got to remember when you hear that thunder roar, you want to go indoors. But when you have those winds pick up, that's even a little more dangerous. So got to be watching things, got to be tracking things. Tornado warning still continues for the Brunswick area for the next few minutes. A severe thunderstorm warning probably gone, pretty large one here. And we'll continue to watch things as the evening goes on with this accident. That threat is pretty low overall for that severe condition. Most of this is going to be strong weather. Weather Service talking about outflow boundary with wind gusts of 40 to 50 pressing southeast ahead of stronger storms impacting southeastern Duval County, including Ponte Vedra as well as Bayard and Fruit Cove, even Nocatee at about 5:30. So we're back just a few minutes with more information as that tornado warning does continue, but I suspect it'll be expired soon. Severe thunderstorm warning continues as well for the area in the larger yellow polygon here. That goes to 5:30. Tornado warning to 5:15. More updates now from the Weather Service saying that the outflow will interact with a sea breeze and additional cells popping ahead of the deeper convection across St. John's and Flagler to 6:30 could produce some strong and severe weather. We'll just have to wait and see how things evolve with that. So stay tuned. Still, severe threat looks pretty low despite this tornado warning here as we're getting toward the First Coast region and southeastern Georgia. Back with you once again here in the Weather Center, just getting word that they're expiring that tornado warning for parts of Camden and Glenn counties here in parts of southeastern Georgia. So, like seeing that tornado warning polygon will be coming off the screen here momentarily as that rotates throughout Roy weekend and on down. Weather Service still watching some of those storms to the south, though, here in the first coast. I think something might evolve out of that action over the next little bit. So, we'll just have to pay attention to that. But again, tornado warning situation wrapping on up right now. Hopefully, we won't get anything else like that coming back in to the weather center. That'd be some good news if that were to stay the case. But not seeing any more tornado warnings. What I mean by that overall threat not being too high. But as we look here, as we look down toward the south, we'll watch some of that storminess to see if something evolves out of it. I'm not terribly concerned right now, but Weather Service is watching and they think something could evolve, so we'll track it for you here. We have seen some of this wind maybe reach the surface in a way that's not necessarily seen that easy by radar in some scenarios, and then some of that wind out toward the west, like around White Springs, for instance, maybe wasn't that easy to see on our Doppler technology, but just gotta still watch. Severe thunderstorm warning going till 5:30 now here in this yellow polygon, but most of that action moving off the coast now, so that's the good news. This warning does continue to remain in effect. Some strong storms in Duval County, downtown Jax. Same here in Clay, west of Green Cove. So tracking that. Palatka strong storms, but nothing severe at the moment. We'll go ahead and keep the stream up there just in case we have another situation like what we just have had evolve again here toward the First Coast region with maybe something random setting up. I see Augusta 46 there, Mesonet, Arlington, and Duval County just in the last little bit. So interesting to see some of those stronger winds. The severe winds look to be few and far between. back with you in the Weather Center for a quick update once again. That severe thunderstorm warning has been canceled now with that storm, and it's moving off the coast to the north, but we still have to watch the word in the south to see if anything else gets going real quick. And of course, if it does, we'll let you know here on this stream over the next little bit. So breaking in as needed at this point, no half-hour type cut-ins. May not have to cut back in again, but we'll leave the radar up and be ready to come on as needed.